Hello, everyone, and welcome to the House Ways and Means Committee public hearing. Today is February 11th, 2021. Today, we're going to start with House Bill 733. This is the Governor's Bill, Retirement Tax Reduction Act of 2021. Who's speaking for this bill?
Hi, Mr. Chair. It's Allie Keene with the Governor's Office.
Hey, Allie.
Hey, good to see you.
Same. You can get started whenever you're ready.
Great. Good afternoon, Chair Washington and members of the Ways and Means Committee. For the record, I'm Allie Keene with the Governor's Office in support of House Bill 733, which is the Governor's Retirement Tax Reduction Act. As the governor travels around the state, he often hears from retirees that say they have lived their whole lives in Maryland and they want to stay here with their families and their grandchildren, but because of taxes, they are looking to other states to move. And we would like to try and fix that problem with the bill that is before you today. This is a relatively simple bill and the same one that your committee had before you last session. It says that if you make less than $100,000 in federal adjusted gross income, you won't have to pay taxes on the first $50,000. We are hopeful that this incentive will keep more Marylanders in our state, where they're a vital part of our communities. Thank you for your time this afternoon.
Thank you. Any questions of the Governor's Office on this bill? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Quick and easy. Our next speaker, our next witness we have up is Stephen.
No, I think they have some witnesses.
Hey, can we mute the Governor's Office? Thank you. We'll have next Stephen Chiusano. Okay, no, we don't have them here. All right, well, that completes the public hearing for House Bill 733. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen of the committee, we're gonna move on to House Bill 734. This is also the Governor's Office. This is House Bill 734. Allie, are you here? Or do we have another person speaking?
Mr. Chair, Aaron Chases and Secretary Owens are here to take this one.
Awesome, thank you. You may begin.
Perfect, thank you. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Washington, members of the House Ways and Means Committee. For the record, Aaron Chase, Deputy Legislative Officer with the Governor's Office. I'm here today to request your support and favorable report on House Bill 734, Income Tax Subtraction Modification, Military Retirement, a bill that your committee is very familiar with. This bill will phase in over 2 years a 100% state income tax exemption for military retirement. Under this bill, in tax year 2021, the greater of 50% or 15,000 would be exempt, and in tax year 2022, 100% of military retirement income would be exempt. Not only is this the right thing to do for our military retirees who have served and continue to serve our nation and state, the legislation makes economic sense. Each year, the defense industry in Maryland faces a shortage of over 7,000 positions. Particularly for computer and mathematical, architecture and engineering and science occupations. Active military members are generally eligible for retirement after 20 years of service. Many of these retirees will then go out and work in civilian jobs, using their military experience for skills in the private sector. With such a large defense industry presence in Maryland, these skilled positions are ideal jobs and careers for our military retirees to fill. These retirees are then paying state income tax, sales tax on everything they buy, and possibly even business taxes, which boost the state's economy. They are highly sought after citizens that bring immense economic value to our state. The majority of states do not tax military retirement income, and this legislation will bring us in line with those states. We owe a great deal of gratitude to our veterans, and this bill is one step we can take to give them our thanks while also ensuring that Maryland is a great place for a person to live, work, raise a family, and retire. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify, Mr. Vice Chair. The administration respectfully requests a favorable report on House Bill 734. And at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Maryland Secretary of Veterans Affairs, George Owings.
Yep, go right ahead, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For those of you that have been here, going back, I guess, to 1999, when the Department of Veterans Affairs was first created, one of the first things out of the chute was a bill before you. We are now in our 63rd edition of this bill. Having spent 17 years in the House, I know what it's all about. I know how it goes. Having served 10 years as a majority whip, I really know how it goes. So let me just cut to the chase and say this. The Senate always sends this bill out, but for some reason, it gets hung up in the House. And we're talking about people who literally sign a piece of paper that is giving up to and including their lives as necessary as combatants in any of the many wars that we've fought over the years. Since this bill was first introduced, of course, we've been to several battlefields and lost a lot more people. Not that that plays into this thing, but you will hear from the panel that will follow me here of the importance of this, and the right thing, as Aaron said, to do is to see the passage of this bill finally phased in. We're at $15,000 now, and we hope to conclude with the passage of this bill so that we will reach the 100%. I got a call back in 2016 from my counterpart out in Idaho, David Brazil, and he asked, George, what is Maryland doing as far as tax goes for a relief for the military retirement? And I got back to him. Since that time, they have given all of the retirement, military retirement money a tax exemption. So that shows you how over a 6-year period, other states have picked up on this and seen it to its conclusion. And I'm hoping that this year, we finally, after 22 attempts, we'll see this to a conclusion. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to thank you and the committee for your time at this point. I'm going to now conclude my remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Okay, any questions of the sponsors panel? Oh, sorry, Delegate Holmberg, I didn't see you up there.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And Secretary Owens, great to see you. Definitely my favorite secretary. Love this bill idea. Just a quick question for you. In the eyes of the comptroller's office, how do we bifurcate the military retirement versus maybe a pension or another retirement that they may receive from a different employment? You know, only because generally your military folks are retiring at 20 years.
Well, I'm glad you asked that, and I have the comptroller's approval backing of this from several years ago. As you know, Francho, Comptroller Francho was in the military, an Army individual himself, and somewhere in this stack of papers is his endorsement of the bill. I can find it for you, of course.
Okay, great.
But he supported this measure in the past.
Okay, great. And if I might, I just want to give a shout out. I see we have some folks here from various VSOs. Thank you all for your service, and also to our members of the committee that served as well. Thank you. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you all very much. We're going to move on to the witnesses on this bill. Give me 1 second. 734. Okay, first speaker we'll have up is George Owings, and then following Mr. Owings, we'll have Mr. Patterson.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, that would be the same George Owings who is the chairman, the secretary for the department.
Oh, shoot, Mr. Secretary, I'm
Thank you so
sorry.
much, but I'll be happy to give it to you a second time.
See, the governor's office usually just signs up as the governor. And there's usually, my apologies, Mr. Secretary.
No, be happy to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
My
Chair.
apologies. Okay, let's move on to David Peterson. You're not a secretary, are you?
No, sir, I'm not a secretary.
Okay, good. Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Dave Peterson. I'm a retired captain from the Commissioned Corps of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. And I'm here today to offer the support of the Association for House Bill 734. In 2018, the General Assembly, through its enactment of HB 1542, directed a trio of state agencies to contract for a study of the Defense Department industry in the state. The Towson University Regional Economic Studies Institute, under that contract, in October of 2019, delivered its work product called A Study of Employment in the State's Defense Industry. In studying the state's defense industry, a requested aspect to be developed were recommendations that could aid the state in recruiting retired military personnel for employment in the industry. The Towson study reached the following conclusion: that the state should take steps to make Maryland more attractive to military retirees. In this regard, the particular recommendation made was to accomplish this by, quote, fully exempting military pensions from taxation, end quote. It seems to the members of my organization that the governor's bill, HB 734, proposes to directly give life to this information that was sought by the General Assembly. The NOAA Commission Corps, Associated Commission Officers affirmatively supports this bill and asks for it to receive a favorable report as it advances in the legislative process. Thank you very much. And I made it under 3 minutes, or 2 minutes.
You absolutely did. Thank you for that. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll take our next speaker, Robert Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. It's good to be with you here today. My name is Bob Norton. I am a retired Army colonel and the president of the Maryland Military Officers Association, the Maryland Military Coalition. I'm also the president of the MOA Maryland Council of Chapters. The Maryland Military Coalition is a nonpartisan group of 17 leading Maryland military and veterans organizations who represent 150,000 currently serving men and women, including members of the Maryland National Guard, veterans, military retirees, their families, survivors, and caregivers. Our coalition strongly supports HB 734. The bill, as noted, would phase out state tax on military retired pay over 2 years. From our perspective, this bill is a valuable workforce development opportunity for our state and its economy. Uniformed services retirees are in great demand across the nation for their leadership, dedication, skills, and experience. They have choices where to live and work after military service. 3 bordering states, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, and New Jersey, do not tax military pensions. Maryland does. Those states and a majority of other states recognize the economic value of attracting and retaining uniquely qualified individuals to work in Maryland's public and private sector industries. Simply put, our state is not as attractive as it could be to military retirees evaluating second career location options. HB 734 gives them an incentive to pursue second careers and live in Maryland, where they can contribute to the state's economy after the pandemic and pay taxes on second career employment. In the post-pandemic world, it's likely that some form of work from home will continue. That means retirees could more easily live in neighboring states while commuting fewer days to Maryland jobs. Getting them to work and live in Maryland should be a common sense goal for our state. This bill supports that goal. The Maryland Military Coalition requests a favorable report on HB 734, the income tax subtraction modification, military retirement income legislation. And Mr. Chairman, I'd just like quickly to give a shout out, Black History Month, to the 369th Infantry Regiment, the Harlem Hellfighters, who fought in World War I, the longest deployed unit serving in continuous combat in World War I, the Harlem Hellfighters. great American unit that fought bravely and valiantly in defense of our nation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, thank you for that, Mr. Norton. We really appreciate that. And thank you for all that you've done. Our next witness will be Mr. Harvey Kaplan.
Mr. Vice Chair and members of the committee, my name is Harvey Kaplan, and I am a retired Army colonel. My testimony is in support of HB 734 and is on behalf of the Military Officers Association of America within the state of Maryland. We have approximately 10,000 members locally. I retired from active duty in 1991, following 3 assignments here in the DC area. My wife and I made the key economic decision to remain in Maryland for my second career and for a continuation of hers. 3 of our 4 children live with their families in Maryland and work here. When I made my decision to stay in Maryland, I was well aware of the fact that most of my contemporaries were not doing that. Large numbers of military retirees still decide to live in states that do not tax their retired pay and also have lower taxes across the board. When I began my post-Army career here in Maryland, it is my recollection that 17 states did not tax the retired pay of uniformed services personnel. Today, a full 31 states do not tax that retired pay at all. It is significant that over the years, so many more states have dropped their income taxes on uniformed services retired pay. In brief, the lion's share of those 31 states that don't tax retired pay have decided that it's more beneficial for them economically to attract military retirees than to continue to require taxes on their retired pay. We're in competition with other states. And by the way, that the comptroller is well aware of that. I've discussed that with him. We're in competition with other states for trained, experienced, well-prepared military personnel with security clearances to fill job vacancies, many in critical fields and positions. If they and their families both live and work here, Maryland would collect additional revenues. And so our veterans here in Maryland have been working on promoting the goals contained in this bill, as Secretary Owings said, for over 21 years. So let's now raise the number of states from 31 to 32 during this session of the General Assembly. Let's move on. Let's move forward. We in MOAA, the Military Officers Association of America here in Maryland, support this bill and respectfully request your favorable report. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, we'll have Mr. John May. Mr. May?
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Washington. And thank you, members of the committee. My name is John May. I'm a retired Air Force Chief Master Sergeant, and I'm here today to represent the American Military Society. The American Military Society is a national veterans organization, and it is a member of the Maryland Military Coalition. My statement this afternoon is from the point of view of a veteran business owner who believes that increasing the veterans' tax exemption of military pensions to 100% will help keep Maryland economically competitive and will be an important component to a comprehensive military and tax-friendly strategy for service members leaving active service. Passage of HB 734 is an important next step to boost Maryland's economy by attracting and retaining uniformed services retirees to the defense industry of our state. We believe the return on investment in phasing out the state tax on retired pay will be fully repaid by reducing the ultimately eliminating our state's workforce shortfall in the defense and related industries. In a high employment, competitive national economy, it only makes sense for our state to offer meaningful incentives to those whose experience, technical expertise, leadership skills, and critical security clearances are in high demand across the nation. Our servicemen and women have many choices today when they transition to civilian life. New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and 29 other states that recognize the value of this investment. And we believe Maryland should as well. The American Military Society strongly supports enactment of HB 734, and I thank you for the opportunity to present our views before the committee today.
Thank you, Mr. May. Our next speaker we'll have is Melvin Graves. Mr. Graves, you're muted. I see your lips moving a little bit.
Thank you, sir.
There you go.
Thank you, Vice Chair Washington, distinguished members of the Ways and Means Committee. My name is Melvin Graves, and I'm representing the American Legion on behalf of the American Legion. I'll speak to you on behalf of HB 734, this tax elimination on uniformed service personnel. I won't go into the economic advantages because those who have come before me who definitely have explained and distinguished the great importance of this bill. But I will say this, I wish to note that those men and women who elected not to begin their working lives as in the civilian force, but rather than serve their nation, some putting their lives in jeopardy at times. They did not enjoy the stability of community. Some had to move every 2 years from post to post or base to base. Then when they moved here in Maryland to find that if they themselves can receive such a bill as 734, this benefit, then when it's time for them to retire, they will be the ones who want to retire here in the state of Maryland, because state of Maryland is now recognizing the need for this tax exemption for our retired service personnel. I want to say in closing, that the American Legion members plus and growing with the personnel who are coming out of service and retiring truly support this bill 734 and wish that you will vote a favorable report on this bill. And in closing, let me also say simply that when they say they're retired to personnel, when everyone says to them, thank you for your service, we have to put true meaning to that use of that phrase. Thank you. This bill would be a way of showing our service personnel, thank you. The state of Maryland thanks you for your service. And in conclusion, I just want to say before getting off, I pray all that be safe with you and your families and continue to be safe during this pandemic in these times. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, panel.
Thank you, and I hope everybody does stay safe. Any questions for this panel of speakers? And I'm sorry if I didn't take questions in between everybody, but any questions for the speakers? Delegate Lasanti.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. And I'm not sure exactly who to address the question to, but knowing a little bit about the subject, because I was the sponsor of the original House Bill 15 42, which was the defense study that laid out really was the premise, I think, that the governor's office discussed in this bill. But in that study, it talked about the fact that there was about 24,000 jobs in Maryland that were at the time were not being filled because of the inability to fulfill those because of the lack of security clearances. And that study also said that Maryland's defense industry represents about 16% of Maryland's GDP. The study also went on to say that every year that the jobs that we don't fill are about 7,000 to 8,000 jobs. So I wanted to ask the employers that are on the line of how do we go about taking this proposed tax exemption and translate that into revenue for the state and filling these jobs? Because if we have the ability to fill in excess of 30,000 jobs with high skilled wages that we can tax on one side using the this tax exemption, how do we go about capturing that information?
Does one person want to answer this question? Mr. Norton, I see you're coming. You want to answer the question?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Delegate, I'm not an employer at this time, although I do work part-time as a consultant. I think you've really set out the parameters of the argument. If you just look at Maryland as a big winner after the base realignment and closure commission, where putting it in boxing terms, pound for pound, Maryland has one of the largest defense industries in the nation and a significant number of military posts and bases, far outweighing the size of our population. If you just look at the cyber industry alone, which require sophisticated high-level security clearances, the military and the retired military community are a vital source to recruit and retain those unique skills into the Maryland workforce. So I don't have the current numbers of the demand, but I think to some extent, and maybe to a great extent, Maryland is harming its own future economic opportunity by not providing this core incentive. This is an incentive. It doesn't really help people like me who are retired. It helps to pull in people who have 20 to 30 years of service to encourage them to live and work in our state. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Only questions can come from the members of the committee, Mr. Kaplan. Okay, seeing no other questions, thank you all very much. That concludes the public hearing for House Bill 734. We now have, we're going to move on to House Bill 735. This is the governor's bill. Andrew Cassidy. You there? Today is the governor's day.
Yes, it is. Vice Chair Washington. Greetings. Thanks for letting us come before you today. For the record, my name is Andrew Castley, Senior Advisor for the Governor's Office, coming before you with House Bill 735. Joining me on my panel today will be Jeffrey Buttle from the Professional Firefighters Association and Richard Rule, President of Howard County Professional Firefighters Association. Committee members, House Bill 735 expands Maryland's existing Hometown Heroes traction modification by exempting 100% of retirement income for law enforcement officers, fire, rescue, or emergency services personnel, or correctional officers. House Bill 735 also seeks to lower the eligibility age from 55 to 50. The legislation is phased in over 2 years, beginning in the tax year 2021. Current law provides individuals age 55 and older a subtraction modification for the first $15,000 of retirement income earned as a result of the individual's employment as a law enforcement officer or fire, rescue, or emergency services personnel of the United States, the state, or a political subdivision of the state. Allowing those who put their lives on the front line for our protection to exempt their retirement income that they've earned will make our state a better place for our hometown heroes to live, work, and retire. Not only is this the right thing to do, it will help attract these valuable professionals into our state. The administration appreciates the leadership and commitment of this committee and the General Assembly in providing these hard-earned benefits to our public safety professionals. I look forward to working together on this initiative. For these reasons, the administration respectfully requests a favorable report for House Bill 735. And with that, I will turn it over to my panel.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair. Jeff Buttle, President of the Professional Firefighters of Maryland. Our organization represents over 10,000 active and retired career firefighters and paramedics across the state of Maryland. We have local IVA affiliates as far west as Garrett County and as far east as Ocean City and really everywhere in between. I guess I'd like to start off by thanking the governor again for taking up this legislation, this important matter, but also thanking the committee. We've been able to work very closely with this committee in the past on similar legislation, and we look forward to working with you again during this session. Our members are unique in the regard that we do 25 to 30-year careers here in the state of Maryland. We're really intertwined into the fabric of the community with the service that we provide to the citizens on a daily basis. And what we're trying to accomplish with this legislation and with similar legislation that's before the committee is giving our firefighters not only the incentive, but the ability to be able to stay here in the state of Maryland after years and years of service, where most of their family and their close friends live and still reside. And instead of going to other states that are adjacent to us or nearby, to provide them the incentive to stay here and live in the communities that they serve over the course of their careers. And Mr. Vice Chair, if I could just for a minute, I always like to mention and enter into the record Chair Emeritus Sheila Hickson. She was our original champion of this issue on Ways and Means when she served in the General Assembly. And we appreciate her efforts that she certainly took part of when she was here, and look forward to working with yourself and the other committee members on this and similar legislation. So thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you. And thank you for mentioning our former chairwoman who had a birthday this week, actually. So I appreciate that. I have her birthday in my phone for every year since I've come here. Okay, our next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, particularly my delegates, Feldmark and Eversole. Hello to you. Good to sort of see you. My name is Rich Rule, President of the Howard County Professional Firefighters Association, representing more than 450 active and retired professional firefighters and paramedics. I've been before this committee in the past with similar testimony, but I think it's worth reminding everyone of the impact that pensions have on our economy in Maryland and how that compares to other more tax-friendly states. An annual report called Pensionomics, published by the National Institute on Retirement Security, analyzes retirement data for all 50 states and the resulting economic impact attributable to receipt of those pensions. For Maryland specifically, it reports that each dollar in state and local pension benefits paid to Maryland residents ultimately supports $1.39 in total economic activity in the state. This figure incorporates the direct, indirect, and induced impacts of retiree spending as it ripples through the state's economy, a total economic impact of $7.5 billion. I looked up the data from more tax-friendly states such as Pennsylvania, Delaware, and Florida. The Pensionomics report calculates their total output at $1.67, $1.55, and $1.68 respectively. It's also worth pointing out that while many people hold the opinion that pensions are unsustainable and expensive, nearly 2/3 of all pension fund receipts are comprised of plan investment earnings, not from employer or municipality contributions. However, each dollar invested by Maryland taxpayers in these pension plans supports nearly $5 in total economic activity in the state. I submit that there is almost certainly a correlation between the higher figures experienced by those other states and the tax laws in place in those states. From my own experience, approximately 1/3 of our most recent retirees have retired to Florida, taking their hard-earned retirement income with them. If by altering the tax laws, we can encourage retirees to stay in the state, Maryland will reap the benefits of that total output. I thank you for your time this afternoon, and on behalf of the members of the Howard County Professional Firefighters Association, we encourage a favorable report on Hometown Heroes Act, House Bill 735.
Thank you all. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. To the members, that concludes the public hearing on House Bill 735. We'll go to our fourth bill, which was I believe it was withdrawn. So we'll go to the next.
Mr. Vice Chair, I should have been signed up to speak in favor of 735.
Is this Mr.
John Ripley?
Yes, Mr. Ripley, you are signed up. I apologize. Yes, you are. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is John Ripley. I'm the president of the Baltimore County Federation of Public Employees, representing about 500 active and retired correctional officers in Baltimore County, Maryland. I am also a correctional lieutenant with 30 years of service. I'm here today asking your support for HB 735. And I want to go back a little bit in time and thank you for adding correctional officers to the Hometown Hero legislation back in 2018. This has been an important step to help keeping these public safety professionals in our community upon retirement. There can be no disputing having public safety professionals in the community for which they serve makes the community safer. That public safety minded individual, don't just turn that off in retirement. So it's safe to also assume keeping those individuals in our community upon retirement can only help make our community safer. And again, I urge your support of HB 735. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Ripley on House Bill 735? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Ripley. And for the members of the committee, that officially concludes our public hearing on House Bill 735. We'll go to our next bill. Do we have Delegate Anderson on for House Bill 792? No, not yet. Okay. Let's go to House Bill. Let's go to Delegate Jones's bill. House Bill 711. Delegate Jones.
Okay. I probably wouldn't have popped that last cookie. Let's do this. Well, thank you.
Well,
Well,
before you get
saved by
started,
the bell.
Delegate Jones, look, you almost, was this going to be your first public hearing?
No, my second, sir.
Your second, okay. Well, I'm sorry. We're going to have to conclude this hearing for today, and we're going to take a recess and come back right after the floor legislative session. Thank you, everyone. Have a great day. See you.
Thank you, Chairman. Eric, I like your office decor. Oh, I can't hear, I can't hear, I can't hear. Mute, mute, mute.
What, so is this the briefing or the voting session?
I have no idea.
I think this is the briefing because I don't think I went out of this. It's so funny. I was typing on my computer and I heard you actually. I heard a rattling noise. I was like, what is that? Who am I connected to here?
It's on my jewelry. I'm sorry. I'm like
Who's
a grandma.
spying on me? Those are I long ago started not one of those like in the minivan across the country, but when I'd go to cities, I'd go to a ball game in them. So they're not all there, but it's about 24 stadiums that I've been to see ball games.
That's awesome. My my
well,
husband and my son wanted to do that.
You can't hang it. My wife won't let me hang these in the house. So the next place they end up is in the office. She's like, yeah, no, we're not. That's not decor for this house. I did for a while. I had them even in the basement. She said, no, I don't like those. So they're fine here. I get more conversation.
Eric, let me interrupt you to let you know that we are live on YouTube right now talking about your hats. I just got a text.
Really? Yes, this is part of the year.
This is wonderful. Maybe I feel like I'm on QVC and here, or maybe
and
like
here, and I found wonderful pens. These are the best.
And here, Dana has.
There are people watching who are going like, oh my God. Really, we have to sign off of this one because I think we have to.
All right, we're on the wrong one.
So,
right. Bye everyone.
I'm glad y'all enjoyed my hat story. See
Doing a sound test, Sarah. Can you hear me?
Is this the right link? I'm so confused.
Yeah, so I think so.
Okay, we're live again.
I thought it would be a different one. But
Do you want me to
also
talk about your hats again to the general
Well, it's
public?
good to point out that we are live. Because it's the hearing. So.
Okay.
Delegates, yes, we are live. We have to keep the same stream going when we interrupt or recess a bill hearing. So that's why we're still live, and you are in the right place for the voting session and the rest of the bill hearing. So we're going to do both here.
Thank you. I was a
Okay,
little.
you're welcome.
Sarah, do you want us to keep talking about Eric's hats? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I don't think Sarah was here for that conversation, but we were casually talking about the hats in my office.
In the office, which I think is a great addition.
Well, I think everyone who watches this broadcast needs to know about it, apparently.
I do too.
Hey, everybody. I can't hear you guys.
Hey, y'all.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, I was starting to think my sound wasn't working.
Just a note to everybody, we are live streaming right now.
Hey, everybody, just so you know, we're live right now.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Are you able to cite which bills we will heard? Sort of bring
You want me
some
to
of
tell
us.
you which bills we've heard so far?
Yes, please.
Delegate Patterson, during my awesome time of chairing the meeting while the chair was there. No, I'm joking. Let me see if I can pull that up. So yes, I think we got up to Delegate Jones' bill number 6. So House Bill 711 is the bill that we'll start with coming back. So we went through 733, 734, 735, all of which were the governor's bills. Believe House Bill 661 was withdrawn, and House Bill 792, Delegate Anderson did not show up. So we're just never going to ever do that bill. No, I'm joking.
Thank you very much.
found dinner. Hey, Haley, you're sharing your screen. You know that, right? I think it's Haley. Yeah, it is Haley. And Pat's.
Yeah, she does. She's just going to put something up until we start.
Oh, perfect. Thanks.
Yeah, just so people aren't confused on YouTube.
That's fair. Yeah, we all looking crazy.
Haley, can you make me co-host, please? Good afternoon, everyone. I know people have been waiting on the YouTube channel, waiting for the end of our hearing from today. As we warned on the Maryland General Assembly website today, that today's hearing would be interrupted by a second floor session. And since that time, we've had a subcommittee meeting that was also on a different YouTube channel. Now we're back to the full committee, where we're going to have a full committee voting session on a single bill. This is a bill that we voted on in committee previously, but a new amendment was brought forward before we took it up on the House floor. So I wanted to just make everyone aware of that. People who are here for the hearing on the remaining bills, we will, once we finish this voting session, we will return to that and ask those of you in the waiting room, we'll let you back in, and for others to keep watching the hearing itself. I am waiting right now to ensure that we have everyone who returned from our revenue subcommittee. Believing that we do, I will turn things over right now to our subcommittee chair, Delegate Lutke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to all the members of the Revenue Subcommittee for your hard work this week. I know it's been a little bit of a roller coaster. Thank you in particular to our staff, George Butler, who I'm continued to be convinced never sleeps, and I want to know his secret. We in subcommittee and revenue subcommittee just now adopted a favorable position on a floor amendment. I'm going to read to you the text of that floor amendment, and I believe it should have been sent to you as well. That floor amendment would add to the portion of the bill that provides a direct stimulus payment to people that would qualify for the earned income tax credit in 2019, or that did qualify in 2019. An equivalent payment to people that filed their taxes under an individual taxpayer identification number for the same year. And the amendment says, and I quote, "For a taxable year beginning after December 31st, 2018, but before January 1st, 2020, filed a federal tax return using an individual tax identification number issued by the federal government and would have been eligible for the state earned income tax credit, but for the limitation under Section 32M of the Internal Revenue Code, or who resides in or is a permanent resident of the state on the effective date of this act." So to explain in detail what that does, it would set up an equivalent stimulus payment to families who work and pay their taxes under what's called an individual taxpayer identification number at $500 per family, per joint filers, and $300 per individual, if that family still resides in the state of Maryland and would have qualified for the earned income tax credit, except that federal law discriminates against I-10 filers in qualifying for the earned income tax credit. And I'm sure other members will have things to say. And I quoted scripture at the subcommittee, so I appreciate them bearing with me on that. But I'll just say this. I got into this work because I believe in helping people. And there are people in this state right now who aren't getting help, and they're literally starving. And I believe we have a moral responsibility to help them if we can. So, Madam Chair, I move the amendment.
Mr. Vice Chair, you're gonna, Mr. Vice Chair, I'm sorry, was there a second?
Yes, second.
Second. All right, thank you. Comments, Delegate Buckle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we just 5 minutes ago sort of debated the merits of this, not really the merits of it, because I'm not sure what the merits of it are, because I didn't really have a whole heck of a lot of time to give it any thought. It wasn't something that was in the original bill. It wasn't something that was in the bill hearing. It wasn't something that was offered as an amendment during our prior consideration of the bill, either in committee or subcommittee. So I'm not really speaking a whole hell of a lot to the merits, but I won't waste any time, but simply to suggest that after the bill had already passed our committee, the Economic Matters Committee, the Senate Budget and Tax Committee had agreed to the changes. The Hogan administration The bill has conservatively probably 12, 15, 17 different provisions, including roughly $500 million in additional funding, which will have to be done through apparently a supplemental budget. And it's my understanding that no one else, none of those other partners to the process have necessarily agreed at this late date on this critical bill that has to be passed by tomorrow in order for it to have maximum tax effect from the comptroller's perspective. I don't think anyone has vetted this well enough to do this at this time. And as I said in subcommittee, I think that the best course of action would instead have been to simply allow the proponents of this amendment to attempt to advance this policy through another vehicle, whether through another piece of legislation or whether through a vehicle that would be more amenable. And I hate to see the bipartisanship, the spirit of compromise, and the global sense of working together to deal with COVID that has been the hallmark of this bill, I think, for the last 3 to 4 weeks. I hate to see that affected by this amendment at this time. And that's my only concern. And that's why myself and I suspect all of our Republican members will be voting against the amendment, not out of any animus toward anyone, but out of a concern about collateral consequences and the process itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate Hartman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So does the amendment add to the fiscal note or take away from other areas? What's the impact to the bill?
So the fiscal impact is that the bill would increase by about $30 million. It's still substantially below where it was when it came in from the Senate.
Thank you.
Smith?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and also deep thanks to our Revenue Committee Chair, our Majority Leader, and to all those on the Revenue Subcommittee that helped us get to this point. I just want to just give us something to think about. I know we often hear it's always the right time to do what is right. And I know that from last year at the dawn of this pandemic to the moment we find ourselves in today, there have been a lot of people that have been holding the line. They have been delivering Uber, picking us up via Uber. They've been delivering DoorDash to us. They've been cleaning up, in our hospitals. They've been taking care of our kids if we're lucky enough to find caregivers. And they've been doing that with no relief. They're not getting the federal relief that other people are getting. And I think sometimes that labor is going unacknowledged. And it comes in many forms. Many of the people doing this work, some of them look just like me. Some of them look maybe like Eric Lukey. They look all types of different ways, but what they have in common is they don't have enough of what they need to survive. And on top of that, the data shows they are most exposed to the virus. So it feels that in light of the fact we have not had any other session from last year to now, I am so gratified and honored to be in a body that recognizes we have to do the very best for the very most at a time such as this. And I'm really encouraged that we are not leaving out the least among us at a time that has devastated a group of workers and taxpayers that we depend on for many of our creature comforts. I'm honored to be in a body that considers them and doesn't take their labor or their suffering for granted so that we can live our best lives. So thank you for just allowing me to share that. And I look forward to supporting this amendment.
Thank you. The amendment has been moved and seconded. And if there's no more questions, I'll have Pat take the roll.
I'll go in the other room.
All right, Haley and Pat, are you ready to take the roll?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I'll just start off by saying yes.
Okay. Okay, Delegate Washington, we have you. Delegate Attar?
Yes.
Delegate Barnes?
Yes.
Delegate Boatler?
Yes.
Delegate Branch? Yes. Delegate Buckle,
No.
Delegate Ebersol,
Yes.
Delegate Feldmark,
Yes.
Delegate Guyton.
Yes.
Delegate Hartman,
No.
Delegate Hornberger,
No.
Delegate Ivy,
Hold that and wait until maybe he's coming back in.
okay, Delegate Jones,
Yes.
Delegate Lasanti, we'll come back to her too. Delegate
Delegate
Long,
Lasant, okay.
Delegate Long,
No.
Delegate Lukey,
Yes.
Delegate Palakovich Carr,
Yes.
Delegate Patterson,
Yes.
Delegate Rose,
No.
Delegate Shoemaker,
Delegate Shoemaker, I know you're driving. Yes or no?
He can't hear you.
Okay,
I'll try to get him.
okay.
okay, Delegate Smith,
Yes.
Delegate Wilkins. Did we lose Delegate?
Yes.
Wilkins? Okay.
Yes.
Delegate Shoemaker,
Lasanti,
Delegate Shoemaker's ready.
Delegate Lasanti, we can't hear you.
Can you all take Delegate Shoemaker next? He has it.
no, I'm ready. I just need to hear something.
Just say no.
Thumbs
A hand
up will
motion,
work.
Delegate Shoemaker. Okay, now back to Delegate Lasanti.
am a no.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. Delegate Lasanti,
You couldn't hear me. I voted no.
thank you. Delegate Ivy,
He has not come back, and Delegate Boatler would like another chance to vote.
okay, Delegate
Yes, I
Boatler.
would like, yeah, I'd like to say no.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right. So the only person we're missing then is Delegate Ivy. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 4, and 8 against. Plus Delegate Ivy, whatever he decides to do.
And that was on the amendment, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
All right, and on the bill as amended, Delegate Lukey?
Move favorable.
Second.
Motion and second. I'm not sure if people's votes are staying the same or not. Take the roll call from the top again. Everyone, please be ready with your unmute.
Hey,
Okay.
Madam Chair, before we move on, Delegate Ivy's in the waiting room.
I will, he only just got there because I had checked a minute before. Okay.
Okay.
We'll
We
come
have
back to him
Okay, we'll
on the
come back to
amendment
him.
and the bill. On the
Okay,
bill
on-
itself, and again, everyone be ready to unmute at the right time.
Yeah, on the bill as amended, Delegate Washington,
Yes.
Delegate Attar,
Yes.
Delegate Barnes,
Yes.
Delegate Boatler,
No.
Delegate Branch,
Yes.
Delegate Buckle,
No.
Delegate Ebersol,
Yes.
Delegate Feldmark,
Yes.
Delegate Guyton,
Yes.
Delegate Hartman,
Yes.
Delegate Hornberger,
Just clarification, are we on the bill as amended or still on the amendment?
On the
the
bill.
bill as
On the
amended,
bill is amended.
Yes.
Delegate Ivy,
Absolutely, yes.
Delegate Jones,
Yes.
Delegate Lasanti,
Yes.
Delegate Long,
No.
Delegate Lukey,
Yes.
Delegate Palakovich Carr,
Yes.
Delegate Patterson,
Yes.
Delegate Rose,
No.
Delegate Shoemaker, okay, we'll
Back to him
come back
again.
to him. Delegate Smith,
Yes.
Delegate Wilkins, Delegate Wilkins,
Yes.
thank you.
Can you go back to Delegate Ivy on the amendment, please?
Okay, Delegate Ivy on the amendment.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then I just need a
Maker, are
final
you there?
on Shoemaker.
I texted him. I think he dropped it. I think he's trying to get back on.
We'll connect him with Haley and Pat directly if he tries to call back, okay?
Okay, that sounds
Okay.
fine.
Okay, to members, based on my rough count of 4 no votes, this bill passes and it will get back on the House floor tomorrow. To everyone waiting, we are now done with our voting session. We will return to our public hearing. Please give us a few moments to let people back from the waiting room into the main room. So give us a moment. Delegate Jones was next. She had about 1 word into her hearing and then the bells rang. We'll start with House Bill 711, Delegate Jones.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman. Of course, technical difficulties. There we go. Chair Kaiser, Vice Chair Washington, and members of the Ways and Means Committee. For the record, I am Delegate Dana Jones. I come before you today to introduce a bill that would help increase access to diapers, feminine hygiene products, and other desperately needed.
Put that down to 0.
Can I keep going? Okay, sorry. Desperately needed essential items for low-income individuals and families. Currently, there is no national or statewide welfare program that can be used to purchase diapers or other essential hygiene products. Diaper need, which is the lack of sufficient diapers to keep infants dry, comfortable, and healthy, is experienced by 1 in 3 families here in the United States. This issue has only been exacerbated by the pandemic due to job loss and the prevalence of panic buying, which has left shelves empty for many individuals who do not have the funds to purchase food, much less these items in bulk. I saw the severity of this need firsthand through my experiences working with food distribution lines throughout my district. Diapers and other hygiene products were always the first to run out, and food banks, diaper pantries struggled to have the supply to keep up with the demand. Just this past weekend, the food distribution in my district at Tyler Heights Elementary School served its 50,000th individual or family in need. A study conducted by the Connecticut Center for Economic Analysis found that the incidence of diaper rash decreased by 1/3 after families began receiving clean diapers from the Diaper Bank of Connecticut. Given the extensive need for the importance of these items, it's absolutely essential that we take action to help. 1 in 4 women suffer with period poverty, lacking the resources to purchase feminine hygiene products, the basic products required to manage their menstrual health. This often results in missed school, work, and frankly, the lack of dignity in daily life. No woman or girl should be held back because of lack of access to these essential products. Feminine hygiene products, along with diapers, are the last donated item at homeless shelters and food distribution lines. This is why I have included female hygiene products to this bill, as we should work to make sure every Maryland woman and girl can manage their period with dignity. HB 711 would create a tax deduction of up to $1,000 for donations of diapers and other hygiene products for children or infants, as well as feminine hygiene products to charitable entities. This deduction would be applicable on donated goods or cash designated for these items. This issue is one that transcends party lines, which is why I am proud and I have asked my Republican colleague, Senator George Edwards, to lead the bill in the Senate. I am also proud to have the endorsement of the Women's Caucus, as well as numerous advocates on the national, state, and local level. I am offering a simple amendment to change the department overseeing the program's implementation from the Department of Human Services to the Comptroller's Office to stay consistent with other subtraction modifications. And I would quickly like to add all those who submitted the testimony, all in favor of this much needed legislation: the Maryland Catholic Conference, NARAL Pro-Choice Maryland, churches, pop-up pantries, frontline advocates from Anne Arundel County all the way to Allegheny County Board of Commissioners, and so many others. Obviously, From Anne Arundel to Allegheny, from the Catholic Conference to NARAL, this is supported and much needed. I respectfully urge a favorable report on this bipartisan bill to help Maryland's most needy women and children get access to the supplies they so desperately need. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Jones. Does anyone have any questions for Delegate Jones? All right, thank you, Delegate. We do have a few people testifying. We'll start with Phoebe Latocha. Hope I'm pronouncing that close.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon to members of the House Ways and Means Committee. My name is Phoebe Evans Latosha, and I'm a resident of District 42 and serve as the volunteer period project coordinator for the Student Support Network and lead one of our weekly distribution sites. Our organization's mission is to improve the lives of Baltimore County students living in poverty by providing food and other basic necessities. We strongly support HB 711. Qualified charities like ours often struggle to receive adequate donations of diapers and period supplies, which are among items most requested by women. This bill will benefit our students experiencing homelessness or income insecurity by incentivizing the donation of diapers, period supplies, and the funds to purchase them to organizations like ours who meet families' basic needs. It will help us bring dignity to our families by providing them with the hygiene supplies they need to go to school, work, and daycare without shame or embarrassment, and remedy an impediment to equal access to education in the workplace. Period poverty or lack of access to menstrual products often impacts the same women struggling to afford diapers and their babies. These mothers may do without food and period products themselves to feed and diaper their babies. Unfortunately, there's a lack of awareness nationwide and in Maryland to diaper need and period poverty due to the stigma associated with these needs. The result is that donors to food banks and other charities that serve basic needs don't often think to donate these products, which fly off the shelves of direct service agencies like ours and go out the door to families as soon as they come in. Public benefit programs such as SNAP or WIC do not cover the cost of purchasing diapers or period supplies. Due to the pandemic, the need and demand for these products has only grown. Pre-pandemic, the Student Support Network ran comfort closets in 12 Baltimore County public schools where students can come to receive food and essential hygiene items that they can take. Since March 2020, when the Student Support Network began our weekly community-based food and essential item distributions, we have distributed close to 500,000 individual period products in the form of pads, tampons, and liners packaged into monthly period cycle packs. While we have grant funding that supplies most of the food that we distribute each week, all of our diapers and period supplies come from donations either in kind or monetary. Each week at our 3 distribution sites, between 4,000 to 5,000 individuals who wait in line up to 3 hours ahead of the start of the distributions and over 500 cars, many picking up for multiple families. I want to share a message we received after one of our first distributions where we provided our period packs at Parkville High. Woman writes, I was at the end of the line that went to almost Harford Road. I truly appreciate your help. My family really is forever grateful. First time ever being out of work, and the kindness and generosity from the community has been amazing. The feminine products were also extremely helpful. I was in line and so many emotions were going through my head. To see so many people who need help and then to see so many wonderful people who are helping. Right now, our budget for diapers means that half the families who need diapers don't receive them because we run out halfway through a 2-hour distribution. Every week, we see the joy and gratitude when we can provide a mother with diapers for a baby and the disappointment and worry when we have to tell the next mother that we have run out this week. This bill will help diaper and basic need distribution programs like ours serve more families. It will keep more babies happy and healthy in clean diapers rather than having them risk rash, infection, and the stress on parents of not having clean diapers for the babies.
Ms.
Thank you.
Latasha, your time is expired. Delegate Guyton has a question for you.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I want to say thank you, Phoebe. I work with the organization that she was mentioning. We're so proud to have you in District 42. And also wanted to ask you, because every week when we do distributions, and I've been doing distributions through this organization since April, actually, we always run out of feminine hygiene period packs, and we always run out of diapers. Those are the things that people really, really need and don't spend their money on. So I've got a question. I do have a question, Madam Chair. My question is, do you have any idea how much money, the monetary amount of what is donated, particularly to the Student Support Network and to your organization every month?
Yes. So it, in terms of the cost of a case of diapers, usually is like $25 to $35 for just one case, and that case may only serve 4 families. So, each week, the cost of a period pack, if we can buy things bulk on wholesale, and so it may cost $2.50 for us to supply a period pack, whereas a individual buying it in retail, it may be $4.50 for that period pack. So there's a benefit for donating money to us directly. We've distributed over 17,000 period packs in the course of 2020. So it's been a huge amount. Last year we spent over $50,000 on period supplies alone. I'm not sure the number for diaper banks because I just don't have that. Sorry.
Sure. Thank you so much. Because I do the accounting at Cockeysville Middle School Student Support Network, I can tell you it is probably $8,000 just in our little distribution of only diapers. So thank you so much for that. And thank you for providing this wonderful service and these packs for our February 19th distribution. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Kathy Metzger.
Good evening, Chair Kaiser, Vice Chair Washington, and members of the Ways and Means Committee. I'm Kathy Metzger from District 3. Thank you, Delegate Dana Jones, for introducing House Bill 711. I'm grateful for the opportunity to be a voice for communities that are desperately in need of our help. Last spring, when COVID hit the service industry so severely, many workers lost their jobs, especially in the Hispanic communities. Last April, with the help of Downtown Hope Church and Feed Anne Arundel, we started a pop-up pantry at a local elementary school to provide food, hygiene items, and baby goods for these families. Their need was and still is immediate. Their money doesn't stretch far enough to pay the rent, keep food on the table, and babies in dry diapers. Over the summer months, we surveyed our families and found the top 2 reasons they came to us were for fresh food and diapers. Just this past Saturday, we crossed over the mark of serving over 50,000 individuals. And that's just one pantry. There are many others like us across our state. So many people have come alongside of us to donate month after month. Yet there's one thing we worry about, and that's donor fatigue. People have given time and resources again and again, but there's no end in sight. We're scrounging up donations week after week. That's why we need to incentivize those who are giving generously to keep the donations coming in. So why incentivize these items? The food banks are doing a good job of getting food items that families need. However, what seems like a given to many of us as necessities are items that come at a huge cost to a low or no income family. One volunteer asked me why we don't give cloth diapers that would be more economical. Imagine that you live in an area with one of the highest COVID rates. You don't own a washer and dryer. You don't own a car to get to a laundromat. You have young children at home with you and schools have been online. You're just trying to keep food on the table. Now imagine that you have a teenage daughter who's afraid to leave the house because she doesn't have the feminine hygiene products that she needs. Since you don't have a car, you need to walk to a store to get what's needed, and there's limited access to public transportation to a low-cost store. Having a pantry that gives you these personal hygiene items meets a huge need. These items protect the health of our women and children. Over the last 10 months, we've given away countless feminine hygiene items and over 230,000 diapers. We're just one of several pantries in our Annapolis community. Now think of the needs across our state, and we have a huge need. This isn't going away anytime soon. We have to find ways to help individuals and corporations give generously to meet these needs. This tax incentive is a way to do so. Let's do what we can to get these items into the hands of every woman and child in need of our help. I ask for your favorable report on this bill. Thank you for this opportunity to speak for those who don't have the opportunity.
Thank you so much. Shelley Tucker.
Chairwoman Kaiser, Vice Chair Washington, and members of the House and Ways and Means Committee, thank you for the opportunity to submit the Maryland Diaper Bank's testimony in support of House Bill 711. I am Shelley Tucker, founder of Maryland Diaper Bank, a 501c3 nonprofit that provides diapers and basic diapering essentials to stimulate the health, growth, and good hygiene in babies in Maryland under 5. I'm going to start my testimony with the most important cliff note. Every baby deserves a clean bottom, and every woman deserves access to feminine hygiene essentials, regardless of their financial means. To explain why we support this legislation, I'm going to share a brief overview of our first 3 years in service to Maryland families. 2018, it's not uncommon for families to struggle financially from time to time, but then there are families that struggle all the time. When we established the Maryland Diaper Bank in the fall of 2018, Maryland's population under the age of 3 was nearly 220,000, and 8% of those families were earning less than 100% of the federal poverty level. This was the backdrop to the community need that ignited our mission. We started 2019 with a 35-day federal government shutdown and associated furloughs that impacted nearly 20% of Maryland's workforce. We provided diapers for families directly harmed. By the close of 2019, 12% of Maryland's children under 18 lived in poverty. Here we are, 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic. It exacerbated economical challenges already faced by Maryland families and dramatically increased the need for our support. So according to according to the U.S. Census Bureau's COVID-19 impact report, nearly 200,000 Maryland households are currently earning below the national poverty level. Of this population, 171,000 families are currently led by a single head of house, and nearly 120,000 of those households are led by women. Women and mothers in particular have borne the brunt of the economic consequences brought on by the ongoing pandemic. In the infrequent instances that mothers had a choice, they had to choose between staying at home to care for their children or going to work. This consequential decision was required in absence of in-school learning and available childcare as the nation continues to wade through a pandemic that has claimed the lives of over 460,000 Americans and over 7,000 Marylanders. This tax on motherhood and on the basic womanhood is not new. It has persisted for generations without direct aid from federal or state leaders, despite the creation of tax credit and exemptions for smaller populations and special interest groups. On average, infants require up to 12 diapers per day at an estimated cost of $80 per month per baby. Girls and women of menstruation age will spend more than $17,000 over their lifetime, or up to $300 per year on menstruation products. Given the economic challenges faced by Marylanders, the need for support at this time is at an all-time high. At the Maryland Diaper Bank, we rely generously on the support of donors to fulfill our mission to provide diapers and diapering essentials. Incentives like those outlined in the bill encourage donors to maximize their contribution to Maryland Diaper Bank and our counterparts. Through these turbulent times, we remain—
3 minutes has passed.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Any questions for these second two ladies who spoke up on this bill, both Ms. Metzger and Ms. Tucker? If not, I want to thank all three of you for testifying on this bill today. Thank you, Delegate Jones. We'll take your next bill, Delegate Jones, House Bill 712, and then we'll go to you, Delegate Anderton.
Here we go. Sorry. A little bit of, there we go. Chair Kaiser, Vice Chair Washington, and members of the Ways Committee, Means Committee. For the record, I am Delegate Dana Jones. I come before you today to introduce a simple bill that would use data that the state already has for making a more comprehensive Maryland tax incident study. Since 2007, the Bureau of Revenue Estimates, BRE, in the Comptroller's Office has issued a tax incident study every 3 years. The purpose of the study is to get a better understanding of how Maryland's tax code distributes the tax burden, However, the most recent reports have only looked at two taxes, sales and personal income. HB 712 would codify which taxes must be included in the study, adding motor fuel taxes and tolls, real property tax, individual income tax, and sales and use tax. This would effectively expand the scope of the tax incidence study, making it a more useful resource for legislators, advocates, and the general public. In speaking to the BRE staff, I learned that the comptroller's office has been engaged in a multi-year process of updating their tax collection system and data warehouse. Therefore, they have better access to the data necessary to produce a new, more comprehensive report. I'm also introducing an amendment by request of the BRE. This amendment would add language to the bill that would require other state departments to comply with requests from the BRE for data so that they could complete the study. I respectfully urge a favorable report on this simple, common sense bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Jones. Any questions for the delegate? All right, great. Seeing none, we'll go back to Delegate Anderton, who we called earlier today before the break, though you would have only had a chance to say, hi, my name is. House Bill 792, Delegate Anderton.
Hey, family, how y'all doing? Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, esteemed colleagues. Delegate Carl Anderson Jr. here representing District 38B, beautiful Wycomico County. I have a very simple bill, an easy bill. It's a delightful bill that will make all of us happy and tug on our heartstrings. Sales and use tax for college textbooks. We've done a great job over the state. We've done a great job over the past few years in our state in trying to find ways to make college experience more affordable through grants for community colleges. And so the next step is to try to help out with the next largest purchase, which is textbooks. And so they're in the bill, there are proposed two separate weekends to start of each semester, a 7-day period where when you're buying your textbooks, electronic or traditional, the sales tax would be waived much in as much a similar fashion that we do the back to school shopping for our K through 12 students. So I hope this received favorably, and I look forward to seeing this become law and having our college students celebrate the fact that we eliminated sales tax for them when they're buying their textbooks for class. So I believe I have some people here willing to testify. I'm going to encourage them to be very expedient. It's been a long day, and I know we have a long way to go. So brevity is key. I'll just say that. And the favorite words are me too. So thank you.
Thank you. You know how to speak to my heart, Delegate Anderton.
Always.
Any questions for the delegate? All right, seeing none, I'll invite up Nathaniel Sansom.
Thank you, Chair Kaiser. Chair Kaiser, Vice Chairman Washington, and members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity to testify in support of HB 792. My name is Nate Sansom, and I'm proud to serve our USM community of over 172,000 students as our student regent. Speaking with students from across our state, I realize the struggles that many encounter trying to make ends meet in order to provide for themselves while also pursuing a world-class education right here at home in Maryland. This afternoon, you'll hear from a number of my peers through both written and oral testimony, urging you to support HB 792 to provide an expansion of the Maryland Back to School Tax-Free Week. Although Maryland prides itself as a leader in higher education, it is regrettable that we continue to tax textbooks while no other state bordering Maryland does the same in taxing the pursuit of an education in this manner. While the pandemic has affected us all, it is our students who have felt the brunt of the financial burden in a number of ways. Some have lost their jobs on campus as we transition to a virtual setting. And though millions of Marylanders have been uplifted by federal funding through the CARES Act, many of our students have been excluded and ineligible to receive funds. Maryland students are struggling, and we need your help. So please stand with us and support HB 792 as we continue to pursue an education right here at home in Maryland.
Thank you very much. The next person signed up is Sarah Price. Ms. Price?
Hi, thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Sarah Price. I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Association. We have worked extensively with the Comptroller's Office in support of the other tax-free weeks throughout the year, and we have seen the positive impact that they have had on our communities. So we would just like to say that we think that this is a great idea. We really support the idea of putting those dollars back in the pockets of our students, and we would urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Arsalan Siddiqui.
Yes. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chairman, and thank you, Delegate Anderton, for sponsoring this bill. I am Arsalan Siddiqui, Co-Director of Government Affairs at the University System of Maryland Student Council, helping to advocate for over 170,000 students across the state of Maryland, and we stand in support of HB 792. Almost all courses at higher educational institutions require textbooks of some kind for students, and HB 792 is a really common sense bill that allows college students tax exemption on their textbooks for 2 weeks every year. It is no surprise that college expenses, whether they be tuition or fees, have risen astronomically over the years, and textbooks in particular are outpacing that by a large factor. It is said that a community college student will spend more hours in a minimum wage job to pay for their textbook than they would be sitting in a course they're buying a book for. On average, college students pay for over $1,000 a year in textbooks, and although that amounts to roughly $55 to $60 in taxes, every dollar saved for college students can go a long way, which is why so many neighboring states like New York, New Jersey, West Virginia, and Pennsylvania have understood such a need and have some type of tax exemption on textbooks for college students. That money saved is only helping students to pay off their tuition, their college debt, or their student fees or bills, etc., which is why we asked for a favorable report of HB 792. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to call on one more person and then we'll take a question from Delegate Patterson. Next person, Hugo Cantu. Good to see you again, Hugo.
Hey everyone, how's it going? Hi, Delegate Kaiser. Hello everyone, Chair Kaiser and members of the Ways and Means Committee. For the record, my name is Hugo Cantu. I am a policy analyst and I am here as a private citizen and I urge a favorable report on House Bill 792. I want to thank Delegate Anderton for proposing the bill. I think this is an excellent use of sales tax exemption to provide everyday relief to all Marylanders, especially tax-paying Marylanders, the crushing financial burden placed on the middle and lower class for seeking a better education is one of the United States' most astounding failures of the 21st century. I believe Maryland, specifically House members of Maryland, have proven they're willing to combat many of these issues in the education system. The Ways and Means Committee have the unique privilege of supporting everyday relief during the time when Marylanders, including taxpaying Marylanders, need the help the most with a favorable report on House Bill 792. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cantu. We have questions. We'll start with Delegate Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate Anderson, for bringing this bill forward. I have a question of maybe one of the students, Nate, for example. The bill says that the last 7 days of August and the first 7 days of February. From my experience, is that late or classes? Is that a late period of time to purchase books, or does this work for the college students?
Thank you for your question, Delegate Patterson. This is something that we had discussed a little bit internally. And that last week in August is primarily because that's when we already have the Maryland Back to School Tax Week. And so for lack of better words, it makes sense to include this exemption in that back to school week. For the second period in February, our logic behind choosing the first 7 days of February is simply because oftentimes our spring semester starts at the very end of January. And we didn't want students to miss out on this tax incentive if their semester were to start on the 28th or 29th. And many students only purchase books after they've already gone to the first week of classes, because for some professors, you learn that you don't need the book. For others, you've got to see, do I want to rent the book or do I want to buy the book, because they are rather costly. And so actually, it's because of the costs that we're trying to help mitigate here is the reason why many of our students wait to purchase their books. And another note is that the add drop period is typically at the end of the first week of classes. And so by making this the first 7 days of February, we're allowing students who may be in the wrong class to still have maybe a day or two to buy the right book once they get in that right class. And so there are actually a number of reasons we decided upon the first week of February here, and I hope that answers your question.
It certainly makes sense. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Delegate Patterson. That was a great question, because certainly my semesters start before that time, so it makes sense. Delegate Hartman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know it's late. I just had to know what the backdrop was to Delegate Anderton's computer screen.
Me too.
Oh, sure. It's
From now
wallpaper.
on, you can text Delegate Anderton for that exact question. Delegate Anderton, please answer the question.
Yes, ma'am. It's wallpaper from a friend's bathroom. Oh,
Maybe we didn't want to know.
Yeah.
All right. I don't know how we get past that moment.
sorry.
Next person testifying, Richard Hirschman.
Good afternoon, Chairman Kaiser, members of the committee. My name is Rich Hirschman. I'm the Vice President of Government Relations for the National Association of College Stores. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. HB 792 will provide much needed relief for students and ensure limited financial aid grants are maximized to help students, because financial aid does help cover some of the cost of course materials. It doesn't really make a lot of sense for the state to tax Pell Grants and Veterans Assistance and other kinds of programs, as that aid money is fairly limited. Because of limited time, I just want to make a few comments about the fiscal note. This has been an issue in years past. I haven't testified in a few years at this committee. The fiscal note assumes that digital textbooks and courseware are taxable in Maryland, and they are not. The Maryland Comptroller has provided guidance to the University of Maryland system in 2019, and even before that, digital goods are not taxed. And so whether it's a digital textbook and a print access card that a student buys in a bookstore and then takes home and then uses that online, those are not taxable items. So the fiscal note is greatly overstating revenue in that regard. It acknowledges that in 2019, 2020, the average student textbook spending nationally was about $413. But the estimate seems to be suggesting that the average spend here in Maryland is about $616. So we think that again is overstating. Student spending on textbooks has declined about 41% since 2008. And one of the other concerns we have with the estimate is it's including the University of Maryland Global Campus as its enrollment. And UMGC switched over to including their textbooks within tuition. I don't know if you've seen the ads for UMGC, but they do promote that. So there's no sales taxes being acquired at the university, as they use a combination of free digital textbooks and some commercial materials embedded in tuition. Finally, the trends we're seeing, particularly since COVID hit, and it's just sort of growing, is that we're seeing a larger transition to digital use of materials. So about 62% of faculty in 2019-2020 academic year, at least for one class, used digital materials, and that's up from 41% in 2016-17. 40% of faculty taught at least one course that did not have required materials. And print usage went down 9% last year, while digital increased 9%. Finally, the fiscal note assumes an inflation adjustment of 3% going forward. That's just not the case anymore. The consumer price index for new print textbooks has gone into deflation the last 2 years, and the index in 2020 finished below where it was in 2016. Now that won't last forever. Those prices will eventually start to go back up again, but they're not going up at the rate suggested in the note. So as a result of all these trends, the state's collecting less money. It's going to continue to collect less revenue from print sales. And yet students still need print materials, whether they're nursing majors who need to as a reference material, whether they're students with disabilities that may need print versus what they can do on a screen, or it just needs to meet their specific learning needs. So college stores are still going to be selling print for many decades to come. But
Mr. Hirschman, your 3 minutes has well passed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Mr. Dan Alpert.
Hi, it's good to be back with you all today. My name is Dan Alpert, and I'm the student body president at the University of Maryland, College Park. I'd like to start by thanking Chair Kaiser and all the members of the Ways and Means Committee for the opportunity to share our thoughts on this bill. Thank you also to Delegate Anderton for introducing the legislation, which will expand a tax break that already benefits over 1 million K-12 students to hundreds of thousands of Maryland college students. Maryland currently hosts a tax-free week in August for students and families to buy clothes, backpacks, and school supplies for the upcoming school year. However, textbooks, which are one of the single greatest recurring costs of attending college beyond tuition, are not included. According to a student survey conducted by the Maryland Higher Education Commission, Maryland students spent about $660 on textbooks alone in the 2019 to 2020 school year. The bill would also expand the state's back-to-school tax-free week to include textbooks and digital materials. The inclusion of digital materials is critical to the reality of how we learn in this day and age. Furthermore, it would establish a second tax-free week in February for the spring semester, remedying an oversight in Maryland tax code that currently neglects the start of spring semester, which negatively impacts college students. Like all Marylanders, students have been hit hard financially due to the pandemic, yet have received little to no assistance. As a result, as such, decreasing our cost of attendance by any degree will go a long way toward remedying the difficulties we have faced in this unprecedented year. The pandemic has also forced us into using more digital learning materials than ever before, making it more important that they are included in the tax-free week. This legislature has previously taken action toward alleviating the difficult and often hidden price of textbooks. Last year, our student government proposed the Textbook Transparency Act of 2020, which was passed unanimously and signed by the governor. We urge you to follow in those footsteps and give a favorable report for textbook tax-free week. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We next have Kyle Deneen. Kyle here? All right, I don't see him. I want to double check that he's not in the waiting room, and he is not.
You might want to call her.
I'm sorry? And then Andrew Zirkle.
Good afternoon, members of the House Ways and Means Committee. My name is Andrew Zirkle, and I'm chair of the USM Student Council Government Relations Committee. I am here in strong support of House Bill 792, a bill which is focused on improving textbook affordability. The USMSC, which represents over 170,000 college students across the state, has identified college affordability as one of the biggest challenges faced by students. Intertwined with the cost of college is the cost of college textbooks, a cost which has been rising dramatically over the last few decades at the expense of students. Textbooks for college students have risen in price by over 90% in the last decade, significantly outpacing the price inflation of tuition and student housing. In addition to the rapidly rising prices of college textbooks, students are losing purchase options that previously helped keep the prices of the textbook market in control. Previously, the secondhand market and rentals provided a useful way to acquire textbooks for below market prices, allowing resourceful students to dodge rising costs. Advances in digital technology have begun to snuff out these two markets, as many textbooks have become digital tie-ins, preventing rental or secondhand sales. The elimination of these options for many students has forced them to buy brand new books at full retail price, a practice which is pushing many students to seek alternatives which are less than satisfactory. A very popular alternative to buying college textbooks is simply not buying them. Although this may seem strange, many students choose to take a class without its required material in the face of high textbook costs. Forgoing the purchase of textbooks can be detrimental to the success of students in any class that requires a textbook. A recent survey determined that 65% of college students have forgone the purchase of a textbook in a class that it would be required for. Almost all of them cited cost as the primary factor, and nearly 95% were worried that their performance would be negatively impacted by the decision to not purchase a textbook. There are also numerous studies detailing the measurable academic performance gap between students who use a required textbook for a class and students who do not. This bill addresses this problem in a small but very significant way. Exempting college textbooks from the sales tax for 2 weeks a year is going to lower textbook prices for 6 cents on the dollar at the times when most students are purchasing textbooks. By focusing on the 2 weeks that most students buy textbooks, this bill addresses the problem of fluctuating textbook prices. Textbook companies, knowing that students are most likely to buy books during the first few weeks of the semester, frequently raise the prices of their material during these times. By offering a temporary discount in the form of a tax exemption, the state would be fighting back against this predatory practice. In conclusion, this bill has much to offer when it comes to alleviating the financial pressure on students who buy textbooks and the academic pressure for students who currently cannot afford them. We urge a favorable report on House Bill 792. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for any of the last three people who spoke? All right, thank you. Thank you, Delegate Anderson. Thank you to all 7 people who spoke on the bill. To members, we have 3 bills remaining. We will go to Delegate Ebersol, House Bill 752.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for the long day. We're going to make this as quick as we can, I think, at least in my case. In 2017, Senator Middleton and Delegate Jameson came up with a great idea where farmers could donate their fruit and vegetables that they might not take to market because they're just not pretty enough. They could donate them to food banks and receive credit for half of their value. Great idea, but it only had 7 counties. It was a pilot program, which is why the bill says pilot. We probably should take that off. The first 2 years, there was a $250,000 set aside to do this, but only $10,000 was used over the first 2 years. It occurred to me that we could have given up, or we could have refined the program a bit, and we did just that. We expanded it to the whole state. We reduced the maximum amount a little bit since it really was undersubscribed anyway, but we also charged the Department of Agriculture with allowing for better publicity and also for aiding farmers in transporting the vegetables, either by, in the case of the food bank, helping them with actually going to get them or giving them travel expenses if they did it. The program has gotten much better, although you might have guessed in 2020, not quite as good. But in 2019, right after we re-upped the bill and expanded it, over $43,000 in food was donated for at half value, about $21,000. And then in 2020, we dropped off a little, $27,000 in food was donated. This is an inexpensive program, but it helps farmers make some money, or at least recover some money on vegetables that they would probably otherwise throw away. And in fact, everybody is very interested in it. You'll see, and some of them will speak, that the Maryland Farm Bureau, Fair Farms, Montgomery County Food Bank, and of course, in my very district, the Maryland Food Bank, are all very much in favor of this because, well, it's not that expensive for us and it's a win-win for them. And with that, I will turn it over to some of the people who are very excited that we're trying to continue this program. We only want to extend the program 2 more years, although if anybody wants to amend it to extend it in perpetuity, I'd be fine with that.
Thank you, Delegate Ebersol. Any questions for Delegate Ebersol? All right. Thank you. Seeing none, we next have Colby Ferguson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Colby Ferguson on behalf of Maryland Farm Bureau. And thank you, Delegate Ebersol, for championing the cause again this year. And I would agree that, yeah, it is extending it for 2 years. And if we have food insecurity taken care of in 2 years, that'll be great, but I doubt we will. So if you wanted to extend this even farther, I would have no issues with that as well. So as Delegate Ebersol said, this bill helps farmers that donate produce and vegetables and fruits to the food banks to recoup some of that cost. There is no federal tax credit. There is no state tax credit other than this one. And so it still costs to grow it, and have that opportunity to recoup some of that cost to grow it would be wonderful. I don't know if really those numbers will be accurate quite yet. I don't know if all the farmers have done their 2020 tax returns yet. So those numbers might go up because we had a lot of food donated this past year because of the pandemic. So this bill's capped at 100,000 and it caps the amount that a farmer can get to 5,000. So I think it's a very modest number, and we would hope for and encourage a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. We next have Shelby Calm.
Hello, yes. Good evening, Chair Kaiser and members of the Ways and Means Committee. On behalf of Fair Farms Campaign, I'm speaking in support of House Bill 752, sponsored by Delegate Ebersol, which extends the food donation pilot program originally signed into law by Governor Hogan in 2017. The Fair Farms Campaign of Waterkeepers Chesapeake brings together consumers, farmers, public health professionals, and conservationists to advocate for a food system that is equitable, fair to farmers, invests in homegrown healthy foods, and restores our waterways. We're a growing movement of over 35,000 Marylanders and close to 200 partners across the state. The continuation of the food donation pilot program would ensure low-income Marylanders have greater access to locally grown, nutrient-dense food while supporting our local farming communities during this challenging time. Throughout the program's tenure, donations have only continued to increase, and in 2019 alone, nearly 128,000 pounds of food donations were made through the program. House Bill 752 is urgently needed at this time, and throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, we have seen an increase in food insecurity. From March through June of 2020, 4 in 10 people who visited food banks reported doing so for the very first time. Given this increase in demand for food assistance during a time when public health is a top priority, it's critical that we provide those frequenting food banks and pantries with nutrient-dense food that supports a healthy immune system. At the same time, farmers have had a challenging year. The continuation of this program provides financial value to our local farming communities and acknowledges the essential role that they play in keeping our communities fed. This bill is a win-win-win. It's a win for local farmers, a win for reducing hunger, and a win for public health. For these reasons, we stand strongly behind this bill and urge the committee to adopt a favorable report of House Bill 752. I'd also just like to add that the accompanying Senate Bill 539 has been printed for third reader, so that's moving along. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Nancy Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the community. Of course, I'm in support. Maryland Food Bank is in support of the House Bill of 752. In 2010, the Maryland Food Bank started what we called the Farm to Food Bank program. It engaged farmers across our state to provide us with fresh local produce by combining gleaning fields, donations, and since then it has helped us distribute probably about 8.5 million pounds of high quality, nutritious food to communities in need across the states. During the COVID, now it's front and center. It's front and center with the Maryland Food Bank. The Farm to Food Bank plays an increasing important role in our hunger relief efforts. You know, due to the pandemic impact, our distribution has increased by 89%. Our purchase, just to purchase food, has increased by 339%. We're very thankful for the strong partnership with the local farmers who continually donate farm fresh produce to us. Without the Farm to Food Bank, many families that we serve would not receive the fresh produce. This program is a win for the farmers, it's a win for the food bank, and most importantly, for those that are receiving the food. The tax incentive program for the farmers has grown over the years. Our local farmers are truly the lifeline for keeping and helping us keep the communities fed. Further supporting our farmers and the essential role they play in the Maryland Food Bank's hunger relief program is simply the right thing to do. Maryland Food Bank stands proudly behind our state's farmers and their work. We stand behind the bill and urge the committee to adopt a favorable report for this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. To members, any questions for any of the three individuals speaking up on this bill? If not, thank you all very much. Thanks for joining us today for this hearing process. We're done with the hearing on House Bill 752. Delegate Buckle, House Bill 796.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Delegate Jason Buckle, House Bill 796 is a very straightforward bill, and for a very straightforward reason. It is a temporary reduction in the alcoholic beverage sales tax rate from 9% back to our general default sales tax rate of 6% for 2 fiscal years. Why did I file the bill? I filed the bill because, as most of you certainly know and understand in your own communities and across the state, one of, if not the most affected industry as a result of COVID-19 and the restrictions and protocols put in place is the restaurant, bar, and entertainment industry. We can quibble that perhaps there's some other industries just as well affected, but I don't think anyone would suggest that the restaurant, bar, and entertainment industry has not taken a tremendous brunt of the COVID restrictions and the COVID regulations that exist and have existed now for nearly a year and will likely exist for some period of time in hopefully shortly a few more months, but we don't know. These entities are struggling, and this bill is not perfect. It's not a silver bullet. It's not the absolute only way that we can provide them relief. We've done other steps and taken other measures, but I think anyone who owns a business or who works in this industry, and I suspect many of you know people who own a small local restaurant or a family-owned bar. Many of you know or may have been in your prior lives someone who worked as a server, a waitress, a waiter, a bartender. And these folks, this is how they make their living. They need people to come out and to refrequent these establishments that have taken such a loss over this past year. Our alcohol sales tax is higher. This is a theme. I'm sure you heard me say it already today, and it shouldn't shock anyone. We have the highest taxes of any place that touches us, oftentimes with the exception of the District of Columbia. And for alcohol taxes, that's exactly the same. We have the highest taxes between Pennsylvania, Virginia, West Virginia, Delaware. Our 9% rate is well higher than theirs. And for so many individuals and businesses that are situated near those borders, that sometimes drives business away. And I simply wanted to do this and have the committee consider this as one arrow in the quiver, one tool in the toolbox to potentially help small businesses, to potentially help their workers who rely on folks coming into these businesses, leaving tips and other things in order to pay their rent, in order to make ends meet during COVID. And so it only would apply for 2 years, and then it would reset back to the 9% rate, although I don't like the 9% rate in general. But I think that this is a compromise measure to try to provide relief to people who need relief through the sales code, the sales tax code, rather than through appropriations of spending money that we may not otherwise have. And that's all.
Thank you, Delegate Buckle. Any questions for Delegate Buckle? All right. Thank you, Delegate Buckle. Seeing no questions, we're done with the hearing on House Bill 796. Excuse me. House Bill 818. Carroll County. Delegate Shoemaker, will you be testifying on this? Delegate Shoemaker, if you're not able to, should Delegate Rose give this testimony? Now he disappeared. Delegate Rose, are you able to give this testimony? There you are.
I'm back. Sorry, Madam Chair. It's the Zoom machine. So, Haven Shoemaker for the record on House Bill 818. I'm not going to belabor the point because we've seen this bill before. This is our instant ticket lottery machine bill for fraternal and sororal organizations in Carroll County. I believe I heard at our delegation meeting that this would affect both the elk slot and potentially the moose. So it would impact on 2 such organizations alone to allow them to have up to 5, I believe it is, pull tab machines. And again, I don't want to belabor the point because that's all the bill does, and you all have heard it before. And it's been a long day.
Thank you. Any questions for Delegate Shoemaker? Delegate Shoemaker, I know that you and I have texted as well as I have Haley, but can you confirm for them that you were no on both the amendment and the bill that we?
I can confirm that, yes.
All right, I just wanted
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate your indulgence.
Well, certainly, I just want to make sure everyone knows that it's kosher, that I forwarded on that text. All right.
That's fine.
Seeing there's no questions on House Bill 818, and sorry, jumping ahead to asking Delegate Shoemaker that other question. We are done with the hearing for today. Thank you for anyone who's still listening along with us. And sorry, certainly for the disruption that this day was. This doesn't happen too often, but will now and again. Delegate Boatler, you're just like a blob of a head and a black mark there. It's kind of like a body. It's kind of a funny, wow, that's a funny look there. Whoever is listening to the earlier session, if we could mute. Who is that? Everyone is muted but me. Okay, let's if there's no other announcement for the good of the body, we are oh my God, I am totally the guilty party. Anyway, I had a constituent call me in the middle of the hearing asking for whether a bill passed or not today. Anyway, back to tomorrow. We have, as everyone knows, we have a floor session at 10, but we'll be voting in full committee at 12:30 on just 7 bills. Delegate Patterson?
Yes, Madam Chair, there is a change for gaming. We were scheduled for 11:30. However, on Monday, we will meet at 11:30 for one bill, racing and gaming. Thank you. The subcommittee.
All right. Thank you, Delegate Patterson. If there's no one else, see y'all tomorrow. Have a good night.